Mayor, I do not believe Julio is going to be able to attend tonight. There's a family emergencies. He may call in for closed session.
He's going to come in
Oh,
closed session.
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, but he said it'd be about maybe 10 minutes,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
so we can get going.
All right.
He wasn't sure.
I just want to get her off my case.
You just sign it. Let me grab it right now.
Your mic?
5:03. Call the meeting to order at 5:03. The closed session of the City of Beaumont City Council's meeting for Tuesday, April 5th. And we'll start the roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez is absent at the moment. Mayor White,
Here. Okay, do we have any public comments?
I don't have any written comments for this portion. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, and Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion in closed session, please?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session on item number 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 and/or 3 of subdivision D and E1 of Government Code Section 54956.9, one potential case. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, one case, Christian Lee versus City of Beaumont, case number RIC 200-3005. And then item number 3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 and/or 2 and/or 3, and this is workers' compensation case number COBM 0098 and COMB 0124. And item number 4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, city designated representative, city manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, and that involves the employee organization, the SEIU.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, 5:05, we'll adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Okay, I will call this meeting back into session at 7 o'clock. And it'll take me just a second. All right, so we're back from closed session. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Pinckney, can you give us a report out?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item 1 was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 and/or 3 of subdivision D and E1 of Government Code Section 54956.9. One potential case, there was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, Christian Lee versus City of Beaumont, case number RIC 2003005. There was no reportable action taken, and I understand that we're going to pick this item up at the end of the open session as well and continue the closed session on that. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 and/or 2 and/or 3 workers' compensation case numbers COBM 0098 and COBM 0124. There was no reportable action taken on that item, and I understand we're also going to discuss that further at the end of the open session. We'll go back into closed session for that purpose. And then item number 4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Partnan, Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, Employee Organization, SEIU, no reportable action, and that item will also be picked back up in closed session at the end of the open session this evening.
So just for clarification, items 2, 3, and 4, we actually did not even discuss, and that's why there is no reportable action, correct?
We're going to pick those back up at the end
At the
of
end
the...
of, we'll take closed session up at the end of the open session. Okay, so the regular session of, I already called it to order at 7 o'clock. Could we get roll call? One more item. Councilman, or Mayor Pro Tem Martinez did join us for the closed session, but he has some family issues and will not be with us the rest of the evening. And at that point, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez? Mayor White?
Here. And we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Finn, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, can everybody please stand and place your right hand over your heart? Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And do we have any adjustments to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 1, which is proclamation for Autism Awareness Month, and I'd like to read the proclamation. Whereas autism is the result of neurological disorder that affects the normal functioning of the human brain and can affect anyone regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, or socioeconomic background, and whereas symptoms and characteristics may present themselves in a variety of combinations and can result in significant lifelong impairment of an individual's ability to learn, develop healthy interactive behaviors, and understand verbal as well as nonverbal communication. And whereas the autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a reality that affects millions of families every day, and more children are being diagnosed, resulting in rates as high as 1 in 54 children nationally, with 4 times greater prevalence among boys than girls, according to the Center for Disease Control. And whereas the City of Beaumont recognizes the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on children and other individuals with autism, including the disruption of healthy patterns of daily life that support and advance cognitive development. And whereas while our nation has made progress in supporting those with ASD, we are only beginning to understand the factors behind the challenges they face, and the effort to address autism continues. Doctors, therapists, and educators can help individuals with autism overcome or adjust to its challenges and provide early, accurate diagnosis, appropriate education intervention, and therapy that are vital to future growth and development. And whereas in April, we recognize those with autism achieving and breaking down barriers and recommit to helping those on the autism spectrum reach their full potential at all times. And whereas the City of Beaumont, California proudly supports the annual observance of Autism Awareness Month and World Autism Awareness Day in the hope that it'll lead to a better understanding of the autism spectrum disorder, celebrating the work of advocates, professionals, and family members, and all who work to build a brighter tomorrow alongside those with autism. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed the month of April 2022 as Autism Awareness Month, and April 2nd, 2022 as World Autism Awareness Day in the City of Beaumont, to raise public awareness, acceptance, and inclusion of those with autism and the myriad of issues surrounding the disorder, as well as to increase knowledge of the programs that have been and are being developed to support individuals with autism and their families. Thank you. Oh, did you want to read that? Were you going to read that? Okay. Okay. Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And so I just had a couple points to speak to quickly about this before I invite up our special guest. And so the police department is pleased to introduce to the public the Beaumont Police Department Puzzle Patch to bring awareness to the need for a cure for autism. And so we created a puzzle patch piece out of the Beaumont Police Patch. And you'll see our centerpiece with our mountains. Our location of the star is the same, and I'll speak more to this in just a moment. But when people wear or display the puzzle piece, they support the effort to see that the missing puzzle piece or the cure is found. And so the puzzle piece is not limited to one community or a branded symbol of one organization. Instead, it signifies several major things unique to autism, and it's rallying point for the family and friends of those that have autism. And so the puzzle piece is the component which defines each person with autism, that without that piece, we couldn't be the fantastic people that we are. And so rather than looking at the puzzle and seeing a piece that is missing, we should look at it as the piece that completes us, right? And so a family member of a child with autism who comes to the police lobby will also be given a puzzle patch for that child. And so we would love to meet the child, but it's not necessary, as we know that some levels of comfortability are going to vary depending on their communication skills. And if you can entertain me just for a moment, I'd like to bring up a special guest, which is Cyrus Perez. He goes by Cy. He came by the police department today and is our first recipient of the Beaumont Police Puzzle Patch. Can you join me, Cy? And so it's super exciting. So Cy drew these drawings, various drawings. He would see an image and he can just draw it. And so, we'll get to that. I'll show the community too in just a moment. The cameras are this way, right? Yeah. And so, this one has the most color. And what was that one called again?
Cassowary?
Yeah, so I wish our Mayor Pro Tem was here, so that could be our species of the month, but, if I may, so there's two events where Cy and other children, or young people with autism have an ability to sell this art, or a craft, or a bracelet, or whatever they're able to make, and sometimes they have a harder time depending on where they are in the communication abilities. But there's two places where you can go and support autism. It's the Autism Society of the Inland Empire. There's an autism walk at the Palm Desert Civic Center Park this Saturday, April 9th, from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. And then the second one is at the March Air Force Museum in Riverside on Sunday, April 24th, from noon to 3 p.m. And so we just encourage people to come out and help support autism awareness. Yeah, sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, would you like to help me present their patch to the council?
Yeah, sure.
Would you like to? Okay, awesome. Here's a couple. And just give one to our council members, and our mayor would love to have one.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Love the patch.
And for the mayor.
Very nice meeting you.
And we'll hold them.
Same here.
Oh, can Mercedes get a picture of you all holding the patch?
Sure.
Would you like to hold the patch, Si?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Can I get Mayor Pro Tem?
Absolutely. Someone, Mike already took it.
Thank you so much. Stand here, Mike.
Okay.
Closer? Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the public comment period, items that are not on the agenda. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. And do we have any public comments?
Yes, sir. I have 2 written comments that were emailed in, and then I have 2 people in the audience.
Okay.
Would you like me to start with written comments?
Yeah, let's do the written comments first.
Okay. First comment is from Pat Biggers. My name is Pat Biggers, and I would like to briefly comment on the condition of the soccer fields at the Beaumont Sports Park. Several soccer parents recently had the opportunity to meet with City Manager Todd Parton, who kindly took time out of his day to listen to our concerns while we inspected the fields. One of the parents shared the heart-wrenching story of her daughter's knee injury, which she sustained when she stepped into a gopher hole while playing soccer at the sports park. That was over a year ago, and she is not able to return to soccer while she rehabs her knee. While speaking with Mr. Parton, I was happy to hear that he agreed with us and that staff has created a plan to repair the fields by scraping them, reseeding, and fixing irrigation. The purpose of my comments is to express my support for this plan. If it needs council approval, I hope that you will do so without delay. I also hope that you will consider the need for more fields where our kids can play sports. We have already run out of places for teams to practice, a problem that will only get worse as the community grows. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing Mr. Parton's plan for the sports park implemented. Next comment is from Elk Thompson. Hello, council members. As a homeowner in the city of Beaumont for the last 12 years, I'd like to express my concerns about the poor and unsafe condition of the sports park. As a parent of 2 of the 3,000 players who use the fields regularly, our children deserve much better. I recently met with Mr. Parton and a few other parents to review the unsafe and undesirable conditions of the fields. Mr. Parton is well aware of the danger and embarrassment the fields are to our children and community. He has graciously shared a proposed plan for improvement. It is my hope that our council members will strongly vote in favor of approving this plan to move forward as quickly as possible for the safety of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And before we go to the other comments, this is something that we don't need to, it's already set in motion, correct?
Correct.
Council doesn't not need to make a decision on that, correct?
You've got adequate funds in your operating budget right now to be able to do the work that we've discussed doing out there for the field repair. There may be some additional items that may be capital improvement items that you want to consider in budget moving forward.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
First comment from the public is Kevin Walton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Kevin Walton. I'm the recent appointed position for the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency. I'm the director for Division 3, which is kind of with the redistricting. I don't know that we have all the geographical landmarks easy to explain. We'll just call it the South Central. So I got a piece of Banning and I have a piece of Beaumont. And here tonight just to introduce myself and try to extend, I want to say, from the past, our interest is to being much more transparent and much more active in the community, and just our being here is just evidence of that. And, you know, I may not be able to answer any questions you may have, but just at least being here in support of you and with our agency. Also, I have a grandson who's on the spectrum, and I applaud your efforts to bring awareness to autism. So unless you have any questions, that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Okay.
Next speaker is David Valdivia.
Do I gotta press a button? No. Good evening, council. I just wanted to, we came back in October, we were asking about Valdivia Field and the redoing of it. I just wanted to see where we're at with getting it going. I saw that they scraped it, and my dad always peeking out of his window over there, so now we can see all the gopher holes. We just wanted to see where we're at with getting it ready, because July, we actually moved it back. I talked to Doug. We moved it back 1 week from July 4th, so we were still planning on having our tournament out there. So we just wanted to see where we're at with it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pinckney, can we comment, give a status up, or should we save it for the city manager's report?
You can have brief comments in response to public comments, brief, but not a discussion or
Okay.
decision-making process.
Mr. Pardon, can you give a brief update to where we are on that?
yes, sir. So I was pulling up an email that I'd sent to council, I think early this week or late last week. So we're on schedule to have the park completed in June and available for your July event. So that's our number one objective. So we have completed the turf leveling and scraping. That was completed last week. We are finishing up our gopher mitigation. We're using traps and bait right now. So I'm sure you've seen some of that.
Yeah.
We are scheduled to start trenching our irrigation. So that trenching will be completed as we move forward. Once that trenching is completed and we get the irrigation addressed, then sod will follow. You'll see that. We have actually signed a contract with a fence contractor who is scheduled to be out this I guess, end of this week, beginning of next week, to begin the fence replacement and the dugout relocations. So that should start like next week at the latest. We are getting some concrete quotes for some of the hardscape elements of the park that we're looking at. Edison has de-energized the park, so we are now able to move the electric service over to the new building. So we had part of the old building that was left, so electric service was there. So it's been de-energized, so now we'll be in the process of moving that. So a demo will follow soon after we get that done. Benches and trash cans have been ordered, and they're scheduled to be delivered, to start delivery this week. We are in the process of locating some playground equipment. So we've made some phone calls on that over the last couple of days, and think we have a track on some new place equipment that's out there, as well as some canopy, some coverage there. And we have also ordered the LED light replacements. So our plan is to remove the old existing light heads that are up there and to replace those with the LEDs. So that's the status of where we are to this point.
Huh, sounds good. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barden.
I'll
And
check
is that
with Carrie and see if there's any callers on the line. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
No other comments.
Okay, thank you. We'll now take up the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions will be read by title only. Are there any items that council would like to discuss or pull? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. All right, we'll move on to the action items. Item 6, award a professional services agreement to PlaceWorks to provide landscape architecture and engineering design services for the Stewart Park Improvement Project in an amount not to exceed $647,971. And we have a staff report from the city manager.
I think that meant to say Jeff Hart. I'm sorry.
Oh, we have a staff report from Jeff Hart.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so in January 18th of this year, staff brought forth an RFP for landscape architecture and engineering services for the Stewart Park improvements, requesting council approval to release. We did obtain that, and subsequently it was released the next day. 8 proposals were received on February 23rd, and these proposals were evaluated on a pre-established criteria for project approach and scope, project team organization qualification, related experience in past projects, references, and also the proposed fee. The proposed fee submitted for each of 8 proposals are provided in your staff report below, and they account for 10% of the overall score in the evaluating system. Fees for services range from about $459,000 on the low end to $967,000 on the high end. Based on the evaluation, the scoring of the proposals, which are also shown in attachment A of your staff report, candidates were selected to be interviewed. The top 4 candidates were selected to be interviewed. They were PlaceWorks, Albert A. Webb and Associates, Insight Landscape Architecture, and the RJM group, excuse me. Interviews were conducted by staff on March 21st, and based on the proposals, evaluations, and subsequent interviews, the top candidate was selected. The city staff met with the city treasurer, as well as a member of the Finance and Audit Committee to review the final selection, and as requested by City Council at a previous meeting. Staff is recommending that PlaceWorks perform the landscape architecture and design engineering services for Stewart Park. PlaceWorks proposal demonstrated the best qualifications in both the evaluation phase as well as the interview phase. They demonstrated a thorough understanding of the project approach and possessed extensive experience completing several similar projects. PlaceWorks has also provided third-party street review for the several projects within the city and has a proven track record of being thorough and knowledgeable. The top two firms both provided qualifications that met or exceeded all criteria, though PlaceWorks displayed the ability to transform Stewart Park into a prominent destination for years to come. PlaceWorks brings a portfolio that includes over 15 parks utilizing water features, more than a dozen park retrofits of a similar nature, and has compiled an internal and sub-consultant team that has a performance history anticipated to deliver quality results demanded by City Council. Also within your staff report, there is the overview of the current project funding, as well as a project accounting summary to date. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have Jesse Jones from PlaceWorks, as well as Elizabeth Min, available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, at this point, we'll go ahead and open discussion up to council. Any questions, comments? Mr. Penn?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for our treasurer, Mr. Genetti. I appreciate the effort that you put in to help review this, and we had a member of our Finance and Audit Committee join you in that. Were there any questions or concerns or anything that was brought to your attention and then my second part of the question is, do we have full support from you and from our Finance and Audit Committee member that reviewed that?
Yeah, I'll answer that first. Yes, we do. David and myself thoroughly had the opportunity to review the process and ask questions. And based on the direction given by City Council in wanting this park to be a real premier destination spot, and in looking at the process that Jeff's group went on this thing, we agree with it. Even though it's slightly higher cost than the second team that was selected on this, we think it was well thought out. We thought the selection was the appropriate one with the experience and successes they've had at other parks that are extremely attractive.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Appreciate your insights.
You're welcome.
Okay. Sure, Mr. Lyon.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hart, just my compliments on the detail in which you went to explain your thought process and the process that was taken. I appreciate that very much. I was a little concerned initially with the higher bid, but going back and looking through some of the work that PlaceWorks has done, I'm extremely excited. And as Mr. Genetti had indicated, this will be a landmark or a draw place where people can come. I'm really excited about it. I also it looks like PlaceWorks has I looked at your landscape architecture, I think it's ISSUU, is that correct? Which was really, I thought, a beautiful book to go through. And I also like the ideas that you had for the future play spaces. So I'm excited, looking forward to working with you folks. So thank you very much, Mr. Hart. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mr. Santos?
Just a quick question, comment on this. This excellent, working on this. My quick questions on this, is there any, time frame on this? So we know what we're looking at on this project?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to take that in. So in the proposal themselves, we obviously laid out a schedule in accordance with the thought was going to be the best effort of what we're looking for. I think that that can float either way, especially upon our initial kickoff meeting. But we were looking at about 12 months, 12 to 15 months. Is that correct, Jesse?
Very good.
Yeah, we have it a little bit extended to 18 months to the start of construction, but that's for the initial design. That's correct.
Right.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Hart, first of all, we're having a little problem hearing you. Sometimes you come in really good, so I don't know if you're closer to the microphone at some points. But I have a couple questions for you. We're looking at I guess this is a design cost of $647,971. And that is for landscape architecture, engineering, design services. That's not to do with any of the construction, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Can you hear me any better now?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, my apologies. I don't know what's going on.
That's much better
yeah,
right
so
there.
that is to get us all the way through the production of construction drawings and to get us bid. So that will include outreach, that will include the environmental, that will include a conceptual design, and ultimately full delivery of plan specifications and engineering.
Okay, and we did design before on the park, correct?
We had some conceptual designs yet, and we had began some preliminary design on the splash park itself.
Do you remember what the cost was that we had approved for the design, or is this a more complete design package than what we considered before?
Well, we didn't have a comprehensive package for sure. So we had engaged a consultant in order to help with the splash pad design itself. There was something that was going to be done by staff, but it was a kind of a sequential phased approach. This is a complete comprehensive proposal. So we spent, in your summary, we had a budget amount of 49 and we spent 32.
Okay, so, okay, and I guess this might be a question for our guest. You just mentioned, what was your name again? Jesse, right?
That's it.
So you had mentioned the planning schedule. It's going to take about 18 months, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the, what we included in our proposal.
Okay, so 18 months, and then we are able to start construction after that?
One thing just to also note that in our proposal, we included coordination with different agencies, so different utilities as well as the water district. And so some of that timing, we've put in some assumptions there, but that's our assumption, is that that coordination would also happen in that 18-month period.
So were your assumptions more conservative or liberal? In other words, did you, if everything goes the best it can go, is that the 18 months or is that shorter because you put in extra time for the different agencies?
We were conservative with it,
Okay.
but again, impossible to guarantee.
No, I understand. And when I see Southern California Edison, I'll just leave it at that on there. I understand whatever you did is probably not long enough, but anyways. Okay, are there any other questions or comments on this item?
I would just
Sure, Mr. Lara.
Jesse, looking through there, and there was a question I had initially too. You talk about in your proposal doing environmental. Do you think that there'll be that much environmental to do on an existing park that's been there for over 50 years?
Jeff, do you want me to jump in to answer this one?
Yeah.
So I would be the project manager for this project, and I'm a landscape architect. Our PlaceWorks has an environmental team in-house that will be managing that side of it. So I will speak to my colleagues' knowledge of this. So we propose to kind of have a modified approach where we assume that this could be something that could fold off of the general plan, which has already gone through an EIR. However, based on the design, we will have to do a review to make sure that that is the preferred approach. But that being said, that's where we would go. Once we have the design, we would try and do kind of the environmental process that requires, the most streamlined process.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have here.
No other comments or questions? We'll entertain a motion for this item.
Mr. Mayor, I propose we award a professional service agreement to PlaceWorks to provide landscape architecture and engineering design services for the Stewart Park Improvement Project in amount not to exceed $647,971.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes.
Mayor, may I ask one follow-up question?
Sure.
So as we begin to launch the planning effort, do we want to designate a council person maybe to be part of the team? that will help oversee and provide direction, or do you want that to come in total to the city council? I guess that's a question from council for process.
What do the rest of you think?
I think we should have a council member to keep moving.
Okay, does anybody want to volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
Okay, Mr. Lara will take that role.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay with everyone?
No one else? Volunteer? At least we didn't have to, what's it called? Never mind. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 7, Economic Development Committee appointments. Staff report from Nicole Wheelwright.
Good evening, council. The city has advertised the vacancies on the Economic Development Committee for the non-business member seat, as well as the industry expert seat. The city has received 6 applications for the non-business member seat, only 1 application for industry expert, but it's only been open a couple weeks. So recommendation tonight is to consider appointment to the non-business member seat and to continue the recruitment for the industry expert to allow for more applications. So the applications have been provided for you. We have 2 applicants here in person. I don't see anybody on the Zoom that applied this evening. So the recommended action would be upon completion of applicant interviews, council members may nominate applicants to be appointed to the board or committee. Once all nominations are received, a vote will be taken for each nomination, beginning with the first applicant nominated.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Melman.
I'm very proud of my efforts as a volunteer over the years. I think you take a look at my resume, you'll see that. However, I am very impressed with the applicants for this position. And with that in mind, I want to withdraw my application.
Okay. So we have 5 to consider, and we are very familiar with our nominating and appointment process, but we do need to clarify it so we understand again how this will go. I would like anyone who did show up or is online that would like to make some comments to council. I would like to hear that, but I want to make sure that we understand the process before we start the interviews. So if I remember correctly, Mr. Pinckney, we will take nominations, and once we have a number of nominations, we'll start to take a vote. When you vote on the, let's say I make a vote on the first nominee, and that nominee does not get the majority of the votes, then I am done voting until we get all the way through the nominees and no one receives a majority of the council, correct?
That's how we did it at the last meeting. I don't know that that approach was very popular with the council. So if you want to try a different approach, whatever works for you as a council.
Okay. Yeah, I think there were some issues with that, but I think the biggest issue was we were not aware of the full ramifications of making a vote early on. So let's have a quick discussion on that. Do we want to continue that approach, or do we want to try a different approach? The one that we've done normally is to rank our favorites or the ones that we would like to nominate, and then maybe nominate the top 2 or 3, and then come to a consensus on what we've decided, say, on our top 3. So I'm okay either way now that I think we all know the process. Any feedback?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's some good candidates. I think there's a couple that are rising to the top. And so I would be okay with maybe asking each council member which one that they would recommend first, and that might be enough to get us started.
I'm good with going with the process the way that we did it last time.
Okay.
I'll go on that, the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it worked well.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when we get to the point of nominations, we will take nominations until every council member who wants to nominate somebody has nominated somebody. And who was the gentleman that's here?
Mr. Glider, Chris
Mis-
Glider.
Glider. Would you like to come up and make some comments? You don't have to, but it's up to you. Sure. Okay.
Don't ask me my opinion, I have none.
Okay.
My name is Council and Mayor. My name is Chris Glider. I'm a recent transplant from Orange County. About 4 years ago, I moved to Beaumont and love it. And in my past, what I've done, in addition to my professional work, I've always been involved in grassroots activities. And primarily, I've been involved in developing rugby as a sport in Southern California and also for the national body to actually get it back into the Olympics, which it did happen in Rio. So I have a lot of experience making things happen and at the grassroots level. Now, if that's, I think for economic development, I don't think it's hitting a home run right off the bat and landing a Google office here or something. That's not realistic. Well, what you're doing right now, and I see, is scraping the field at the sports park. Beautiful. I came out here and refereed one time, and I saw a refereed the Beaumont Club. And I said, gosh, this city's got it right because they have a dedicated sports park, and that's sending the right message. So I was impressed. That was 12 years ago. But it's starting and planting a lot of seeds and then nurturing the ones that are going to go a little bit further. So it could be an infrastructure play. It could be making this an event center for leveraging the mountains and doing bike races, or building a momentum such that it can be sold to other businesses as a place to actually headquarter themselves. But leveraging the heavy-duty work going on in logistics out of San Bernardino and the old Air Force Base, and this is the choke point all the way into the interior of the United States. We're the gatekeepers, and we can have people come here, and then businesses will want to come here too. But I'm talking about like maybe tourism, athletics, then followed by business, because it's an active, growing, nice place. I love it. Any questions for me?
Not yet, but we might.
Okay.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Leiter, I do have a question for you. Since we don't have anyone else, if you don't mind coming back up, sorry. Just wanted to make you work for it.
I got to dance for my dinner.
So just real quick, I noticed you're currently a principal of your own consulting firm, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned your clients. What do you do for these clients?
It's called systems integration.
Okay.
It's really for large organizations. Let's say like the County of San Bernardino is a large organization,
Okay.
about $3 billion in revenue, but my history is about $1 billion in revenue organizations, health insurance companies, and banks, credit unions. On the systems that you don't see, not the web app, for, depositing a check. That's easy stuff. But I'm talking about the big financial transactions, the residential mortgage systems, commercial banking systems, the investment banking systems back and forth across the Fed, all that good stuff. The SWIFT system, you may be hearing a lot about that with Ukraine and Russia. Big back-end systems. And so it's installing those and configuring them such that it meets the business process and users' needs. So that's
Okay.
what I've been doing.
Okay, great. I see you were at UCLA the same time I was.
Oh, you were?
Yes, I'm not gonna let that weigh my decision, as long as you didn't go to SC for grad school.
No, I
But,
didn't.
okay.
But half my family went to SC, half went to UCLA.
Okay.
But I found out Kurt Hagman went to UCLA as well.
Yes, he did.
Did
Yes.
you know him back then?
No, but I've met him since.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, thank you. Okay. Is there discussion on some of the other candidates before we ask for nominations?
And we have nobody on the line on the Zoom either, right? Okay.
I should have asked, we don't have any public comments either, correct?
We do not.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a, is it okay?
Sure, go ahead.
So, as indicated earlier, it never ceases to amaze me, the quality of the applicants that we receive. Anytime that we put out a request like this, I never seem to, never ceases to impress me, the caliber of folks that we have coming in. But based on what we've heard this evening and what I read through on the other resumes, I'd make a nomination for Chris Gilter? Glider? Sorry.
I will second that. Are there any other discussions?
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question? Was that for the non-business member, not the business or industry expert member? I think the application was for non-business member.
Yes, that,
Yes.
I think we decided we're gonna do the industry expert when we have more applicants.
I don't think we had any, did we?
We had one, but I think we decided to wait till we had more, right?
That's the recommendation, to
Okay,
extend
okay.
it.
Any other nominations? All right, this one might be a little simpler than the last one. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I
First
appreciate the
meeting is
enthusiasm.
April, what's the first meeting? Next,
April 13th.
April 13th. Okay, we'll see you then. All right. We'll move on to item number 8, which is the fiscal year 22-23 short-range transit plan first draft and a staff report from Carrie Mendoza.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. You have before you the fiscal year 22-23 short-range transit plan that we plan to present to RCTC next week. There's some details in the staff report and some scenarios for you to look at in regards to the 10% fare box, as well as the potential in the future for a 20% fare box. We're looking for direction this evening and concurrence on what we've provided to you to submit to them. I would like to, since I'm tied to the phone system this evening, I'd like to turn it over to Doug Story. Him and the entire team worked tirelessly on this presentation for you. There's a PowerPoint, and I'd like to invite him to the podium to kind of go through a little bit more detail with you, and I'll be here for some support on the back end, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Mr. Story.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I am going to take you through this transit presentation to go over what we will be presenting to RCTC. Coming up for our 2022-23 budget for transportation. First, there's a few things to go over in the process and what lies ahead for you as the council and for us as the agency and some of the requirements and responsibilities that we have. So starting with tonight's meeting, this is our first overview of what the transit budget will look like. We call it our Table 4 in the SRTP, the Short Range Transit Plan. This is basically our fiscal plan for how we're going to handle personnel and operating costs. And we're going to come back for a public hearing on the 19th, and then we'll get this over to RCTC at the end of this month. Starting in May is when we need to turn in the final version of this. So there is some time to have some discussion, and that's why we bring this to you tonight, to get some of your feedback and to kind of give you a plan of where we stand currently with our transit department and then what the future holds for us. You can see the funding allocation for RCTC and how it breaks down, how they fund all the different multiple agencies across the county. That includes RTA, Sunline, the rail, RCTC Rail, and then some of the agencies similar to ours, Riverside Connect, Beaumont Transit, Corona, Banning, Palo Verde, which is out in the low desert, and then the RCTC Van Club. And so it kind of shows you just some of the small percentages, what we're working with, and what we end up doing with our recommendations here. So you can see some of our performance, and we wanted to give you a snapshot of where we stand currently financially with our expenses and some of our revenues, and also where we are with our passengers. To say that transportation changed in the last 2 years when a lot of other things changed in our world with the pandemic would be an understatement. Transportation took a significant, huge, ginormous, I don't know what other adjectives I could use, hit when it comes to ridership, because it was essentially shut down. People weren't riding anymore. They weren't going to work. And we're slowly starting to climb out of that hole. And that's not just specific to the city of Beaumont, that's across every agency in the region, and not just with bus transportation, but that was impacted with rail and all the other types of transportation out there. And so as you look through some of our passengers, you can kind of see where we are year to date, where we were projected to be, and the plan that we are hoping to reach as far as our fare box. And when it comes to the transit department and the transit budget, the way that it works is there is money that we receive from our CTC, from the county, and that money, a certain percentage of that money, we have to earn, or we have to put into the pot, and that's called our fare box amount. Currently, we stand at 10%, so we're required to provide 10% of that pot of money, which is required to operate our transportation department here at the city of Beaumont. And so right now we're projected to hit about 13.6. So we're gonna meet that 10%, no problem this year. But we'll talk a little bit later in the presentation about some of the future plans and some of the future things coming for our city specifically. If you haven't had the opportunity to ride on our bus and take it around town, we do serve a lot of our area. I wanted to show you our system map just so you can kind of get a glimpse of who you're serving and the service that we're providing as a department here for our community. This system map shows all the different routes that we take here in town. We break our department into 3 different areas, and that's fixed route. And so our fixed route is it's fixed route, commuter link, and then a dial-a-ride. So our fixed route are the types of rides where you're going from one end of town to the other end of town. Maybe you live up by the sports park and you need to get down to Walmart. So you would take one of our fixed routes down Beaumont Avenue onto the other side of the freeway and get over there. Our commuter links are the Commuter Link 120 and the 125. Those are buses that are leaving the city of Beaumont and they're going out of our town. The 120 ends at the San Bernardino Transit Center, which a lot of these riders are hopping on that bus early in the morning, and they're getting over to the Metrolink station, and they're taking it from San Bernardino to wherever their destination takes them. And that's the 120. The 125 does some loops, and we hit some helpful spots in Redlands. Also Loma Linda, we drop people off at the VA for different doctor's appointments and services that they go to out in that area. We also stop by Kaiser in Redlands as well. So we have a lot of medical individuals that are getting to doctor's appointments and getting to things out in the Redlands area, and all of our in-town. We also are responsible for getting kids to school in the morning, and that's something that's unique, I think, to our area, and a lot of our community doesn't necessarily know that if their kids aren't on the buses, but our Route 7 and Route 9 are specifically designed to get middle school and high school students to the schools. And so those run from all the way out in Fairway Canyon, all the way back to the high school and the middle schools, and then all the way through Sundance and different areas of our town, dropping kids off every morning and picking them up after school through our system. So this kind of gives you a glimpse of the what we do. You can see our passengers, and I don't have to point out to part of the numbers where the pandemic hit and where our numbers started to go down. And so we're slowly starting to climb out of that. Our numbers right now are about on pace across the system with RTA and some of the increases that they're starting to see now. We're about even to where they are, and a little bit ahead of rail and Metrolink and some of the numbers that they're showing as well. But I wanted to show you system-wide. This shows every person that's gone onto our buses and has ridden our buses. This is the specific, we broke it down into the different areas. So this is our fixed routes. So we've got 63,900 is what we're proposing, and we'll probably hit that for sure this year for our fixed route. Our commuter, we'll have about 12,000, just over 12,000 passengers throughout this year. And then, the third The third part of our operation is Dial-A-Ride. So this is a type of service that is curb to curb. It's not necessarily bus stop to bus stop, but this is a service that if you qualify through ADA, an ADA process, we'll actually go to your house and get you onto one of our commuter buses or to our buses, electric buses, and we take you around town. And usually we're dropping individuals off for doctor's appointments for those as well. A lot of those are dialysis patients and different things that were over in the Highland Springs medical area and in that area for us. When it comes to our budget for '23, this is what it looks like. So it's a total budget request of $2.7 million. Of that, it's broken up into different areas. The operating is they call it our local transportation funds, our LTF funds. It's just under $2.5 million for that. We are eligible to receive some Measure A money, and we receive those because we operate the commuter link services, the 120 and the 125. So those are funds that we receive as grants through the state. So we'll get $140,000 for that. A little bit later on in the meeting, Carrie has some information on the LC Top money that will be available as well, and that's through Caltrans and the state as well. So we will receive those funds. All of those funds together, along with our fare box, is what we use to make that fare box money. So that 10% that we're going to hit this year, that includes the Measure A, the LC Top, and fare box. All that gets combined together, and those are monies that we bring to the table, that 10% portion. And our total budget and revenues, $2.7 million, total revenues $282,000, so it's about a 10.32% fare box recovery. That's our projection, and that's what we're gonna, with your approval and with your blessing, then we would send that to RCTC and say, this is what we would be able to do and project for spending this next year. One of the things that we did include in the staff report that we wanted to start to bring to your attention is, as the community of Beaumont begins to grow, one of those challenges that are ahead of us is we will no longer be in the 10% fare box recovery category. Once our community passes the 50,000 population, we will then go into another tier, and that tier is a 20% recovery number. And so I wanted to prepare the budget, and so I gave those numbers to you, or we prepared those numbers for you, just so that you can begin to see that isn't something that's going to happen immediately next year. We are anticipating that RCTC is going to notify us probably in the next few months that our population has grown, and as such, we need to put ourselves on a plan over the next 5 years to hit this number. And so it's not a number that we have to hit starting in the next fiscal year, but it is something that I definitely wanted to include so we can begin to bring that to our attention and begin to have a proactive approach to figuring out how we want to meet that new 20% number. If you look at how our money is spent across the board, about 80% of that money goes towards personnel costs, 10% to the operation and maintenance, and 10% to fuel. Fuel has been rising significantly for us, and we are running a lot of buses that are consuming a lot of fuel, and so it is something that we're adjusting throughout our budget and definitely watching to make sure that we're doing the best we can with fuel. As part of our plan, we also look at what are some capital improvement things, what are some big ticket items that we need to include in our budget so that we can ask for those from RCTC. So they give us a special part of this document that we submit that are our capital projects. And so we've listed a few of them here that we're recommending and that we're requesting, or we would request from RCTC. It would be an additional 2 CNG buses. This is similar to what was previously brought to you guys probably about 7 or 8 months ago, where we purchased those, and we've gone through that process, and they're being built and going to be delivered probably the next 6 months or so to us. But it does take about 12 to 14 months to go through that process, so we'll do another 2 of those. We would also like to look at Microtransit feasibility analysis. It's something that the RCTC has encouraged us to look at operations specifically in Beaumont. How can we do that a little bit differently? And one of the things that's happening in the transportation world is the idea of microtransit, almost like a park and ride type system, where people would come to a specific destination and they would be they would gather or congregate, and then we would take them to specific stops or specific places rather than a system that runs in a circle. So there's some different options. We're going to look at the different things. There's a lot of stuff out there right now that's changing in the transportation world, and this will give us an opportunity to have a consultant and a specialist come in, take a look at our community, our needs, where we're at, and what might be maybe some out of the box or maybe some different opportunities for us. So that's in there. We need to get a new shop truck. We have 5 individuals who are mechanics who not only take care of our fleet here in the transit department with our buses, but also take care of the police fleet and any of the cars that are here in our city. And so we're asking for a shop truck that can help in that endeavor as well for us. 2 electric support vehicles. We're trying to, any of those vehicles that are not buses, we're trying to make sure that those are electric and that we're getting the most efficient way around the town when we pick people up or we do different pickups across the city. And then we have one of the new industry standards is a bus prediction software, and we're wanting to enhance what we currently have. We have a map system that lets people track where buses are, but it just kind of shows you on a map, and we are looking at a software that will really give our riders and our users an amazing way to interact with the information that's out there for that bus specifically, so they'll know that their bus is running 5 minutes late or 4 minutes early or wherever it is, or it's not only just seeing it on a map, but they'll know where it's going to stop, where the next 5 stops will be, what the projected times are for those, so they can begin to plan and know where they're going to be. Some really exciting things in terms of technology and how it assists the rider and the user. So those are some of the capital items that we're asking for, and that's a total of $2,190,000 in capital expenses for us. Like I mentioned, we are expecting RCTC to deliver notice about that fare box. We have had numerous conversations. I'd had numerous conversations, and Carrie will be having numerous conversations with them in the future in regards to what that's going to look like. Our initial projections are that it won't necessarily be 20%, but it's going to be a blended amount, probably somewhere between 17% and 20%. So that's where we're going to end up, and they're calculating that, and that has numerous factors that are into that. And once we receive that letter, then we'll know exactly where we stand. And the thing about that number, that contribution right now, with this current year's budget, there's nothing from the general fund that we're requesting or that we would need to offset our transit budget. Everything is covered from the amount that RCTC gives us plus the amount that we're able to recover into our fare box. And so we have the ability to meet that. If we were asked to do the 20%, there would be a shortfall. And so that's where, like I said, the proactive discussions need to begin to happen, and what would that look like, and what would council's direction be on offsetting those costs or directing us towards making changes that would eliminate operating budget pieces or something like that. So that's what it would be if we don't meet that fare box. Local funds need to be added to supplement that in future years, not this year. This year we're golden, okay? There's an Assembly Bill, AB 149, so it does exempt transit agencies from incurring penalties if fare box is not met through fiscal year 23. So that was something that was done in the midst of the COVID pandemic, and so that is still in effect. And so even though we will meet fare box this year, and we are projected to meet fare box for next year at a 10% number, technically we don't have to because of AB 149. It exempts us from that. But we're being good stewards with our money, and we're using it appropriately. One thing that we are looking to do a lot of this year, and the transit department is going to be working hard with our in-house folks, is really increasing our marketing and doing passenger outreach. One of the things I mentioned earlier was our LC top money that we're available to have, and Carrie in her next item will talk a little bit more about that money, but we're going to be using that for free fares. So we're going to be providing free fares for seniors, for students, for veterans, and for ADA passengers. And by providing free fares, you're able to take that money and put it into your fare box, so it obviously helps you meet those goals, but also at the same time, it helps you build passengers, and it helps you build users who are riding the system. Now it's for free, and then when that eventually goes away, away, because that funding won't be there forever, we've hopefully captured some new riders and people who really like the convenience and the money-saving opportunities of being able to ride in public transportation. So we will be doing a lot of marketing to let them know about the LC Top program, the free fare program that's going to be coming. We want to do some promotional items and some extra print materials, have some fun contests, really engage people through social media as well, and hopeful to raise those more riders, and with more riders becomes more fare box, and with more fare box you meet the numbers that we're supposed to do. So as I mentioned, the LC Top that we'll have for free fare for seniors, disabled, veterans, and students, that'll be starting next fiscal year. We continue to meet all the new, there's a lot of new COVID procedures when it comes to public transportation, and so we continue to meet those and exceed those with our cleaning and our sanitation and just the things that we do to make sure that we're providing the cleanest and safest transportation opportunity for our community. One of the exciting things happening is if you drive into Redlands right now, you see the Redlands Arrow, which is going to be a commuter rail that's going to connect Redlands to the San Bernardino Transportation Center. And so we're looking at ways to readjust our routes on the 125 route so that we can really hit those time points and really can get people from Beaumont to that Redlands downtown transportation center, and then if they choose to get into the San Bernardino that way as well. So that'll give us a new and another way for us to capture commuters that are heading that direction to go to work on the west side of our state. So those are our highlights and our service updates and all the fun things that are happening. So if you guys have any questions, I would love to speak to you guys some more about transportation.
Mr. Finn.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Story, questions for you about the Measure A fund. So with that being a big portion of what we need to commit to for the fare box, is that a set dollar amount based off of the routes that we do? And is it that was off the 125 routes, I think, if my notes are correct?
So the Measure A, we're eligible for that because we do operate the commuter routes.
And can that be expanded if we offer more destinations?
There is ways that we could expand what we ask for, but again, it's kind of that balance. You know, if you're asking for too much, you don't want to be able to not meet certain things, and so there is opportunities, sure, but also we want to make sure we ask within reason, for sure.
Okay.
But that is an opportunity we could explore.
And is those Measure A funds, are they, I don't want to say in perpetuity, but unless something changes legislation-wise at the state, then we can continue to count on those funds?
As long as they're tied to the commuters. So as long as we have those commuters, they are eligible. Now, if funding from the state changes or they take that away, that would be from them. Then that could always happen, I guess. But for right now, I don't see that as an option.
But staff is looking to see if it does make sense if we add, with the expansion of the Redlands Rail and so forth.
Yeah.
That if it makes sense for us to do that, then obviously staff's going to look into that.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Lara?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Doug, looking at on your PowerPoint, and you may not have this answer, and so I understand if you don't, maybe you get it to me later, but looking at the passenger ridership in 2019 on, what was it, the system-wide passengers?
Sure, yes.
So, do you by chance know what our fare box recovery rate was at that time?
In previous years, we've been operating towards that 10% number for as long as I know. So we've been trying, back in 2019, when we had 203,000 users, right, it was a 10%. So we're 10% fare box recovery because that was what our requirement was at the time. And so these numbers, when we had that many passengers, we were almost able to recover. I wasn't here in this role at that time, but I would imagine that most of our fare box recovery was probably met through just passengers and just collecting that normal fare. Whereas now we've had to get creative and we've had to use different opportunities. That's where the Measure A, that's where the LC Top and RCTC is allowing us to include those numbers in our fare box recovery. So those are boosting, not artificially, but they're boosting our fare box recovery numbers because that's outside funding, or it's revenue coming in. They're considering it. That allows us to meet those numbers. If we were only allowed to use what individuals drop into the
Right.
the cages or to the collectors, it would be a very hard number to meet, correct? If that's what you're
So
getting to.
it'd probably be moving us back down to the 10%.
Sure. And that's why when, as you see that on page 810 of the staff report, so
Right.
with the system-wide passengers, so with losing so many passengers, obviously when you lose a passenger, you lose their fare, obviously. And so that's why, we're at the number of passengers that we have, how can we collect fares when necessary and when appropriate, but then also how can we supplement that with free fare programs, because that goes on top of the fares that we're collecting.
So, and it may be too early to tell, but do you have any inclination on how fuel costs are going to impact fare box?
They certainly affect the operations budget, for sure.
Okay.
And so they increase our operations budget significantly. And we're looking at ways, and there are some legislature in the state that's requiring us to move away from that. And that is one of the things that I think will be on the future horizon for the transit department here in the city of Beaumont is what does that look like? RCTC is doing a very large comprehensive study this fiscal year with all agencies themselves, with RTA, but they're including every operator, us included. Well, they'll come in and they'll take a look, and it's the ZEB analysis that they're calling, and that zero emissions analysis is basically going to look at every individual organization and every entity and look at how they operate, what they operate, and what is going to be the best plan for them to get to zero emissions. Currently, CNG is not one of the acceptable zero emissions, so it's either going to be hydrogen or it's going to be electric. And so they're coming to look at that and see what that looks like for every agency. So they'll look at us, they'll look at Banning, like I said, they'll look at our Riverside Connect and Corona and RTA, everybody Sunline, and they'll see, based on your operations, based on this, here's probably what's the best bet for you. So we're really going to benefit from that as a city because we don't have to pay for it, which is great, but they have to do that in order to begin to implement the infrastructure that's going to be required for the region to become zero emissions. And so that'll be a really big analysis for us. It's probably going to be a 12 to 18 month is what they're saying. They're just about to award that contract to a consultant. And so that'll be the next year and a half where they're going to be gathering data, meeting with people, and then hopefully presenting a plan to each of the agencies. Here's what it looks like in the future.
Okay. And I think my last question, you had talked about currently we're getting some additional funding that helps us offset the fare box. So I appreciate the fact that you included that table for a potential projection of what it could impact as far as our general fund goes, or
Yeah.
as far as, but in your experience, have you seen where, when that funding goes away and we have to start charging for those rides that were previously free, do you usually gain more customers than you lose, or do you lose more than you gain, or do you?
I think you keep the riders. A lot of the people who are riding the system now are riding it for a specific reason, and maybe that's they're choosing not to drive a car right now, which is completely understandable with fuel costs, or maybe they don't have access to a car, or whatever it may be. And so it's giving them a break, and it's, I think, encouraging them to continue to be a user, and then it's bringing in new people who will obviously benefit from no fees, right, and having their fees covered or their fare covered, and then giving them an opportunity to really say, hey, this is something that I can do. A lot of people, in my experience, even for myself, when I first came to the city of Beaumont, and the second day of work, and I hopped on a bus and rode it around town just to kind of get a feel. A lot of people just haven't had that experience. And once they have that experience, they're like, you know what, this is pretty cool. And not having to pay for gas is super cool. So this is something I want to continue to do. And so it's just an opportunity to expose more people. I can't say that you would capture every single person that takes advantage of it, but I do think that you will see an increase in riders. And if you go back to our system-wide, that page on 810, if you go back to that chart, the highest years that we had the most riders, that was when the last time we saw these gas prices really, really high, and we saw a spike in it. So I expect riders to increase into our system. I think it'll happen just because gas is really high right now.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Doug. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mr. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, just a quick comment on this. I mean, I like the way you presented this and the planning you got. I mean, especially on the anticipation of the 20%.
Sure.
On this. I mean, I know our population went up to, per census is 54,000 or, so we jump in over 50,000 now. So on my point on this, I mean, you put a plan in here that, we could absorb some of the, the other 10% and your budget on this. I really
Yes.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
On
And
that.
our goal was to show, not worst case scenario, but 20% scenario. What does that look like today, and what would that number be? Don't pull me back here in 3 years and say, hey, you said it was going to be 330. It could be less, because I don't think that 20% number will actually be our number. I think it'll be hopefully closer to 17% is what I'm hoping for, and we're on track to hit somewhere in the 13 now. So, gaining 4%. How do we do that creatively, and what are some options for us? That was the hope.
And then on that, to follow up on that, you have a plan of the, doing your promotions already. I mean, and then doing your passenger outreach in there, and I like that. And then doing your promotion, advertising, and print materials. So that'll be excellent on that. Now it's the special social media campaigns. I like that, man. I mean, so you could reach out some of the kids and seniors and everybody out there. Now is the, looking on this, my quick questions for you is the shop truck. That's exciting, man. I mean, you have a budget in there. My question is that fully equipped to service any, like on the PD and other trucks in there?
It's a fully equipped truck, and it has a special lift gate to get heavy equipment and things on and off the street and do some fun stuff. So it's it would be an exciting purchase for our team, and we got a great group of mechanics and team over there keeping a lot of our cars running. And so the last thing I want is for the mechanic's car to break down to when they're going out to fix other people's cars. So I do think it's a great purchase. It would be a smart purchase for us because I think it sends the right message to the rest of the team that we're going to take care of their cars.
Very good. That's good. For 150, I mean, a fully equipped, that's a good budget in there. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just a real quick comment. This is the first time I've seen this since I've been on council, that the fare box was not just over 10%. So I noticed you had it at 13.5. That seemed high in historical years, but I understand why with using the different funding. So at this point, the direction that you need from us, I believe, is we're good with what you want to submit to RCTC? Is that what you're looking for?
We're going to come back next meeting for a public hearing for this and put it on that part of the agenda and make that official. But if there's no major adjustments, then we'll provide this to RCTC once we get that process going officially for us. And it's due to them in the beginning of May.
Okay, I think we're good on it.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And now we'll go on to item number 9, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont for the authorization for the execution of the certifications and assurances and authorized agent forms for the Low Carbon Transit Operations Program, LCTOP, for the following project: free fare promotion, $102,000. And staff report from Carrie Mendoza.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for that long introduction and that long title. The Low Carbon Transit Operations Program is a free fare promotional public transportation item. It allows free fares for seniors and disabled veterans or students boarding either Beaumont Transit or Beaumont Transit Connect buses. The city's been awarded $62,000 this year. We were also, RCTC reached out to us directly asking us to partner with Banning. Again, we've apparently done this in the past to administer approximately $40,000 for their passengers as well. I will have a follow-up item for you in regards to that, probably April 19th for their $40,000, including a memorandum of understanding on how that will be administered and awarded or, repayments made to the city of Banning. To tie this back to the previous item, you guys talked about the commuter links at length and the Measure A. So generally our commuter links are folks headed out of town. The folks that are using the LC Top program are generally our local riders, our seniors, our disabled veterans, that sort of thing. So we've talked about there is a little bit of a difference in ridership. That's why I think Doug was trying to, we don't expect a decrease in ridership as when these types of programs end. It's two different groups of folks that are riding these different routes. The Measure A funds are tied to the commuter links. So we have the commuter 120 and the 125. They have our highest passenger count. They're also some of the most expensive to operate as well. We have factored in a 30 to 40% budget increase next year for fuel costs as discussed in the previous item as well. So all that's taken into account and thought about as we run these free fares, but the advertising money is going to overlap, and then we can utilize the $62,000 to assist and promote these free fares. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have about the item.
Do we have any public comments, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, any questions or comments from council?
I just have one.
Sure, Mr. Lara.
Carrie, I know that we're being asked to go ahead and take the money and distribute it out to Banning Transit as well. Is there any consideration given to an administrative services fee for doing that, or is that something that we'd have to eat, I guess?
I posed that question back to RCTC and looking at the memorandum of understanding that we've used in the past, there wasn't a mechanism for that. I've reached out to see if that's an allowable expense under the grant requirement or not. So I will definitely report back to you on that when I bring the MOU to you, if that's acceptable.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick thing again in here on the comment, Carrie, on this. I don't know, they just passed the AB, the Assembly Bill 1919, and probably we could, they just passed it last week, and probably we could check that out. What is that? I mean, it's a free fare for age of 25 under, and that will be longer instead of probably we extend it August 1st through 2023, which is the whole year. If we could probably check this out, could get the any subsidize or any grant from them, that will help us to extend this grant we have on this. Just a quick comment on that. Again, AB 1919 on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We do have that on our radar, and we'll keep close tabs on that one and see what we can do or what we can gain from that.
Yeah, they just passed that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
At this point, you're, I guess it's a motion.
It's a motion, yes, to
Okay.
adopt the resolution, waive the full reading. and
So I will move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont for the authorization for the execution of the certifications and assurances and authorized agent forms for the Low Carbon Transit Operations Program for the following project: free fare program promotion, $102,000. Authorize the execution of certificates and assurances, and authorize the execution of the authorized agent form.
I'll second.
And we'll take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 10, street selection for the annual citywide street rehabilitation and maintenance, fiscal year 21-22, capital improvement program, project R08 and R09. And Mr. Hart, we'll hear from you on this item.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, once again, Council. Yeah, so back in August of 2019, City Council participated in a workshop for the road rehabilitation program. At that time, Council and staff laid out the framework for the annual street maintenance project to come forth. Since the workshop, staff's made tremendous progress in executing City Council's directions and completed approximately 152 lane miles of rehabilitation and maintenance. Within your staff report, you'll see kind of a breakdown of the various types of rehab we've used since 2019. And you also see kind of a graphic that shows citywide all the streets that have been rehabilitated in the past 2.5 to 3 years. Back in June of last year, council adopted the 5-year CIP list for the years 21-22 to 25-26 and related prior CIP list. The annual citywide rehabilitation and maintenance projects were included as a part of that approval. Staff is now proposing to advertise, award, and construct the 2 projects together to minimize costs for similar items and maximize the efficiency of staff time. The combined project will spend the most restricted funds first, being SB1 and then Measure A. The combined funding sources in the CIP budget and the latest projections are a little over $1.9 million. Staff has identified preliminary streets based on the field assessments, the 2017 pavement condition report that was done, and the adopted 21-22 street list for the as a requirement for the SB1 funding. Streets will receive the most appropriate treatment, as we have done recently, to maximize the budget and the community impact. And there's a list of the preliminary identified streets within your staff report, as well as kind of graphics showing the various areas that we are intending to hit. I am happy to answer any question that council may have. And with that, that concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dan Jaggers.
It was a long wait, wasn't it?
Pardon me?
It was a long wait to get here.
That's all right. It's important we participate in these activities, so appreciate the opportunity to talk. I'll try to make this brief. Thank you for the opportunity. We got notified of this project in the staff report that was as part of this agenda. And so unfortunately, I've been a little compressed for time, so I wasn't able to talk to the city manager or the engineer. And that being said, I just wanted to identify, we do have some facilities that are aged and in need of repairs in some of the proposed street projects. We've tried to support the city in the past through the last 3 years, the 8th Street replacement in 2019, the Beaumont Avenue, 9th Street, and 11th Street area up by the post office, I guess, and then last year, Antonell, and then we did a 17 service replacements just to get ahead of the paving projects that don't have leakage. We know for a fact 5th Street between Beaumont Avenue and Michigan as an aged pipeline that's prone to leaking, as well as Michigan itself between 5th and 6th. We also identified one of the other projects, which is the Beaumont Avenue, the 6th Street area. We have some poly services or plastic services that are prone to leaking, and we've experienced some issues with that subsequent to the paving projects. We actually just talked about sort of the cost to the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District at our March 24th engineering workshop to sort of inform the board of where we are at. And we'd like to get ahead of the city projects. We didn't have a lot of, I'm not sure what the schedule is. I couldn't decide that from this project, but with the request to package it up and go out to bid, I think it's pretty quick. But interestingly enough, in the city of Beaumont between 2021 and 2022, the cost of permitting for us, the water district, has been $48,262.31 as of sort of mid-March. The average cost of repairs, including the moratorium-based ones as well as the others, has been $6,867.74 per pavement patch, to the tune of about $316,104.31, and which is a significant cost. And we want to get ahead of these projects. We'd like to coordinate with the city, and we wind up sort of doing a really quick activity to try and take care of as much of this as we can. So I'm not sure what the project is. I'll reach out with Mr. Parton. Actually, we've been trying to schedule a meeting as of last Friday and I said Monday would be good for me. I had a death in the family last week, so I've been a little preoccupied, so my apologies. That being said, we want to work with the city, we want to get ahead, but we've got some facilities that are impacted, and we're looking to sort of make sure that we're not adversely impacted from a cost of repair perspective due to those moratoriums and stuff. I think the general takeaway from our board was an interest in reaching out to the city and communicating those costs to the management, maybe the council, and talking about sort of opportunities we might have to minimize those exposures. So yet to come, I'll talk to Mr. Parton next week on that as a starting point. So just want to come tonight and say, we're here to work with you guys. We want to coordinate. What happens is if it gets paid before we can repair things, we wind up going in and making repairs to leaks during the moratorium activities, and the cost to repair is really averaging about $10,000 a patch for us. And when we drive around the city, our staff identifies some areas the city's done repairs that maybe we're not holding to the same standards. So we'd like to make sure we're all doing the same work, you know, and support the city in the pavement activities. It's important to have nice looking streets. I think our board is committed to that too. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggers. So I have some comments to make, but I don't know that I have. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Jaggers? I don't. Okay, so Mr. Parton, I know that last year when we approved the streets, they don't really the construction didn't really take place right away. It took place a number of months after the approval. So what is the time frame on this one as far as when do we start?
Well, the direction tonight is to establish your project list and then to provide direction to go out to bid. So we won't have a project schedule until we go through the bid process, select the contractor, and then we would work to develop a schedule after that. So we don't have a project schedule right now. So to try to address, I think, the district's concerns of conflict due to the payment moratorium, we'd want to incorporate them into that process as early as possible so that we could work around schedules to try to minimize where we would have that overlap situation.
And I know that this became an issue because of the moratoriums on the new streets that we're paving. And that was last year or a couple of years?
I think it was
Everything seems a blur.
2021, I think.
The moratorium went into effect in 2019. It started really getting implementing in 2020 as we went into sort of, really last year, I guess. There was sort of a period of about a year, I think, where you work through the year, and then really in 2021, I think.
Yeah, because it was adopted. It didn't go into effect until we actually started doing the street pavement, you know, so I think we adopted the policy in 19, but the reality is we didn't really start paving until 2020.
So I remember I may have been the first year, I think it was the first year, where we had some concerns going back and forth between the city and the parks, the water district. And I would like to suggest that we, at some point, put together a schedule to do a debrief, to look back at last year where there were issues, and then to plan for next year so that we can address issues ahead of time, and then put this process sort of like on the budget process where you know when we're going to come out with our streets, you've already had a chance to sort of get your decision. I think we want to work with the water district and make it as, because we pay water bills as well. So are there any other comments or questions about this? Mr. Finn?
Just real quick. So Dan, you mentioned areas that need maintenance and so forth. I'm assuming that if it's emergency repair, then that's different. That's handled completely different. But do you look at areas where you know you're going to need to replace pipe and fittings and so forth, and once those areas are identified, what is a reasonable time frame that the water agency is able to respond to that, to where we've identified the issue and the project is now finished? And so is it possible then to coordinate, or are we going to be done way before you could even react, is my question.
I will offer it in two parts. Normally, we could react pretty fast. A little sort of history was in 2020, the city did Beaumont Avenue between like 9th and, I don't know, Brookside, I think, or whatnot. And we did some projects in advance of that, right in line with you, so we didn't have any exposure to repairs, right? And then in 2020, as COVID started, we were finishing those, and then as we went into the fall, there was some pavement projects that got done in 2021, 2020, 2021, and then more in 2021, and we did Antonell. So we got ahead of some of them. We got sort of behind on others just because of coordination and how fast they went. But the big problem with today is you can't get the material, right? And so one of the things, I just had a discussion with Tri-Point Homes. They've got 8,000 feet of 24-inch pipe ordered, and they've had it on order for 6 months and don't know when it's coming. And we bought some pipeline, 8-inch pipeline, sort of what we're talking about for Grand Avenue for our storm drain project. We ordered it in October and we got it delivered in January. And the timeline for delivery is increasing because of the inability to get the foundries to produce the pipe. It's all sold out. Everybody's struggling with the same thing. So we're in this impactful period right now where I could answer what it should normally be, but it isn't that case. And so we're finding, we talked about ordering 1,500 feet of pipe for one of our replacement projects in Cherry Valley, and we were told by our supplier, maybe we can have it by August if we're lucky. And that's ordering it today. And so,
if I can add something, so when we did the Beaumont Avenue reconstruction, there was a lot more time.
Yeah.
So we had to do design, we had a longer lead time in terms of when we would actually be out there into that construction. When we're looking at slurry seals and looking at things like that, it goes faster. And so part of the challenge that we have in this with the current pavement management study is it doesn't tell us over a 5-year period, go here first, go there second. If we had a longer window in terms of where we were going to go maintain streets, then the district has they may have, in some case, a couple years really to look out and get ahead of that. So it will be time for the city to consider doing an update to the pavement management analysis and would like to program that for next year's budget. It would be more detailed. And so the objective of that, one of the primary objectives would be to get a more specific recommended schedule from that pavement analysis. So then we could share that back to the district and then they have a much better opportunity to get ahead of where we're trying to get to.
yeah, one of the things, so in the county of Riverside and Calamasa, we think our cost to repair patches is on the order of $1,700 per patch. In the city, it's in the pavement moratorium activities, it's more like 8 to 12,000. And so when these things compress our schedule, we can't get ahead of it. We're interested in getting ahead of it. I think we've demonstrated that every year to try and do as much as we can do. But we have some cost exposures which we suffer, and we're trying to support the city's efforts to improve the streets. And so we're just looking for ways to really minimize those impacts because we want good streets left behind also. We've worked hard to create sort of application forms to help foster repeatable activities with the city's staff. We've addressed, I think, everything we've been asked to do on an encroachment permit application process, so we're documenting the penetrations. And I think it's really done a lot. We actually showed those to our board at the workshop on the 24th, so that's in the agenda if you care to take a look at it. But the long and the short of it is we just would like to get ahead of it or at least not suffer the cost that we're seeing from the moratorium stuff.
So the 8 to 12, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The 8 to 12,000 is, if we do, it's different if you do your repairs before we do the street, correct?
So the idea, so I'll use a couple of different examples where we have services that are subject, that are poly line and they're at the end of their service line or nearing it. What we find is after the pavement process with the vibratory compactors for the pavement, we tend to leak a little more is what we've seen demonstrated over the last couple of years. And then we have an old line in Fifth Street. So the whole line should be replaced. And then we have some other areas that are just services. So they're from the main to the water meter, going laterally across the street. So each one is a little different. And so those are things we could quickly get ahead of. The mainline replacements are a little more time impactful, especially with acquisition of materials, right? And so,
Okay.
and so if we have a main line leak and we have to go in, currently it's about $10,000-ish, maybe 12, to apply for the permit and then do the patch. And if you go across 2 lanes, because you're taking a service all the way across, it's double that. It's more like $20,000. So those are listed, and the cost for each one is listed in that agenda. And so we sort of demonstrate, we're hoping to get over here and talk to management. But unfortunately, as I said last week, I had an unfortunate personal event that sort of compressed my schedule a little bit, so.
Mr. Lar, you had a
Yeah,
question?
just real quick, do you, do you have like a capital improvement plan that's approved that
We do, and we shared it with the city.
somewhat mirrors our street improvements?
Well, our capital improvement plan is based on aged life. And so what we don't know, because we haven't had a detailed enough one to sort of tailor the CIP on our end to the city's pavement project, because there hasn't been enough of a schedule to mirror it. So, you know, we have aged lines all over the city that require replacement. And so the idea is to sort of partner up and marry the 2 projects that which I think Mr. Parton just basically alluded to. So, yes, we have a CIP project. There are things programmed. We've shared it with city staff, but they're not, we have dates and times on ours, but when we don't understand what the city's construction schedule until the last minute, it's hard for us to marry that together other than sort of conceptually.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I already asked about public comments. So at this point, I am open to a motion, please.
On our project, I have a question. Just.
Okay.
one. Sorry. Mr. Hart, would you mind, or is it possible to add 13th Street? And I guess Antonella, that's done, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Adding 13th Street as an alternate, if possible, if council is okay with that?
Yes, absolutely. We can have, any of the streets that are selected for sure. We try to balance, the between streets that are in need of significant repair that substantially eat away at the preventative maintenance budget and what we can do to prevent those streets, but certainly recognize, that there are still some remaining streets, especially within the downtown area, that are in need of repairs.
Yeah.
Many of those that are remaining are going to be in need of fairly costly repairs. But I think there's a good approach to alternate bid those, and we can certainly make those decisions too as well when we come back ultimately for council approval for a contract.
Thank you.
Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Jeff, another alternating here. I do, second that. I mean, on the 3rd Street between Pennsylvania to Palm Avenue. And then, horizontal on that is the 12th Street. Also, I mean, it's just like you're driving on the moon on that. So, and then also I could probably look on our budget and everything. And I really appreciate your response on the one of the citizens in the area on the Massachusetts. And same condition, and I do agree with you on that. It's the reconstructions and everything, but that would be nice to put it on schedule. And lastly will be, I'm talking about on the Massachusetts, the 6th Street to 11th Street. And now lastly is the, 5th Street. And I like you mentioned about the 5th Street and towards to what's that Palm to Michigan, and we do have doing some job in there, but the condition in there is need reconstructions also, and I do agree on your assessments on the sidewalks and everything, and we have to work on that before we do the reconstructions on that. I really appreciate that if you could put that on the alternates, those items. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Okay, now do I have a motion? I will move to approve the street selection of the annual citywide street rehabilitation and maintenance fiscal year 21-22 project CIP R08 and R09, and will authorize the Public Works Director to finalize the bid package and solicit bids for the project.
I'll second.
Go ahead.
Both of us. We'll second.
And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item 11, rehabilitation and maintenance of Sundance Community Trail. Mr. Hart.
Yeah, good evening once again. So in response to, I think some concerns that were brought up at the previous council meetings and from the public in general, there have been some safety and accessibility concerns about the community trails that not only surround kind of the Sundance retention stormwater basin just east of the elementary school, but also the trail that is kind of borders Anna House Elementary School, go on the west side, essentially from Oak Valley to I guess the extension of Carnation Lane, and on the south side of that school as well. Staff has looked at both of these trails and done some assessments in-house. There are several portions of the trail which are failing, significant cracks, potholes. There's some heaving in relatively poor shape. The subgrade for much of the area, is also failing, which kind of inhibits our ability to perform spot repairs. There's some pictures on your staff report that kind of show what's going on, but it's very obvious, obviously, that there's some significant degradation to the trail itself. And so upon doing a field assessment, and obviously in light of several pavement repairs we're doing, staff came up with some recommendations on potential means of proceeding and is seeking kind of council direction on how you would like to move forward. The first kind of option would be just perform spot repairs. Obviously internal, we have crack seal machine, we have patch repair, we are able to mill, and we can certainly do some of these repairs in-house. The problem with that is that due to the extremely degraded condition of the trail itself now, the longevity of the repairs is going to be much reduced, and it probably is going to lead to not only reduced longevity, but frequent return trips in order to make spot repairs. Estimated cost to do repairs to both of these trails is about $25,000 if we go that route, and probably a significant amount of staff time. The other option we looked at would be to fully replace the portions of the trail with new asphalt and compaction of the subgrade while repairing some of the lesser damaged areas in accordance with the previously dismissed, whether it's patching, crack sealing, or maybe even a slurry seal on top of that. This option will provide a uniform surface and certainly be more traversable and aesthetically pleasing. Replacing and failures in kind of the retention spillway and the overflow for the basin itself will have a reduced life, just likely due to the presence of standing water and flowing water over the asphalt trail itself. It's really not the best surface for any situation where we're going to have water overtopping, frequently irrigated, or potential standing water. The estimated cost of those repairs is about $125,000. And then the third repair option that we will be looking at would be to remove the existing asphalt pavement from both trails and replace the entire surface with a 4-inch thick concrete trailway. This would certainly yield the longest sustainable life, but it is certainly more costly. An estimated cost of those repairs is about $500,000. And there is a fourth option should we decide to shell or move forward, and that would be to currently close the trail to all users and potentially look for other paths forward. So with that, staff is seeking direction on how to proceed with potential repairs for the Sundance Community Trail. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, comments?
Public comment.
Public comment?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, any comments from you guys?
Quick question.
Sure, Mr. Fenn.
Thank you. Mr. Hart, for the trail that's existing there, when was the last time any major repairs were done on that, and what's the lifespan of that to this point? Is it a 20-year-old trail, or is it a 10-year-old trail?
It's at least early 2000s, so maybe early to late. So it's 15 years. plus or
Okay,
minus.
so about the time that the Sundance community was built, so 2002, 2003
Right,
timeframe?
the southerly portion of the school for sure, yeah. I would say
Okay.
maybe 2005 to 2008-ish. As far as a history of the maintenance and the repairs on that, I do not have that information, and I don't believe much has been done.
Okay, all right, so it'd be safe to assume it's nearly 20 years old and has not been, no other major maintenance has been done to it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Hart, I have one. When we talk about the difference in cost between the number 2 and the number 3 option, and we're looking at a difference of about $375,000, what is the, if you can give me some kind of idea, if we go with number 2, when are we going to have to do some more repairs, and how much additional time does number 3 buy us if we go the full 500,000?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that I'll answer the last question first, but if we went the full-on concrete option, we'd use a higher PSI, meaning a stronger concrete, and we would certainly, recompact the subgrade beneath that. There's no reason why you wouldn't see, 30, 35 plus years and probably even more. There may be some minor cracking that you'd see, concrete cracks, but it would be fairly minimal. In the option 2 that we're looking at, it's really hard to peg, seeing as it is built now, it's a little disconcerting, but I think that a portion of that is certainly maybe the compaction that was done underneath it as well. And so, it's a potential that it was not as stout, maybe 85 or 90 when we'd be trying to look at maybe 95%. But it's not unreasonable to think that we end up with similar, maybe a little better with modern construction techniques than what we got this time.
And is part of this trail adjacent to the Sundance Corporate Center and the, because my understanding is there's a couple tenants there that we're hoping to be able to use the trail that goes around that, I don't know if it's a catch basin area
Right.
for therapy, for walking, things like that. Is this what we're talking about?
Yeah, so when you talk about the one around the Sundance Elementary School, the one just to the east of that is the detention basin just to so they would share the common property line, that walkway and the Sundance Corporate Center.
Okay, and I think I had another question, but Mr. Lara?
Yeah, Jeff, if we go with option 2, because it looks like obviously we didn't have the opportunity to maintain that. If we went with option 2 and we include that in our maintenance capital improvement project, wouldn't we get a better lifespan out of that potentially?
If we bid it with the streets project?
Yeah, if we included it as far as maintenance and, the crack sealing and things like that.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily know that we would get, a higher longevity. We would expect the same regardless. You certainly might get better pricing from an economies of scale perspective if it was added to there. I don't believe, and I'm almost certain that this wouldn't be eligible. It had to have a different funding source. It would be eligible for any of the funding currently utilized in the previous items discussion, mainly SB1 and Measure A.
So better maintenance wouldn't extend the life of that trail.
I think that, so we would stack the same construction standards. Option 2, we would send out, for a bid as well. But it's a fair point on, the economy of scales, and you'd probably receive better pricing if you bid it with the overall project.
Mr. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, this is a general thing, my observation in here and the experience I have on this, looking on this, especially on this track we have, that's start from the Chatney Center going to the elementary. Is that correct? Looking on the map on here. And
yeah. So that would be the conception point for the one right on the house. It would begin effectively in Oak Valley in the intersection of the Cherry Channel there, which is just
Yeah.
right across the street from Chinese Center, and then go all the way down south to the elementary school and then over to Carnation Lane.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking that is it's, I do over there, drive almost every day also on that side. I'm seeing a lot of, user in there, especially the students, and also some people or residents in there doing their walk and their jogging and walking their dogs and on that trail. And I was surprised that we haven't really maintained that. The way I see it, I'll jump in on the basin on this. I like also the way we have the circle in there, and Mayor White mentioned about people could part of the walking trail will be on this side, and that would be nice if we could connect that to this trail on this. Now, here's my point on here, Jeff. I mean, probably we could design this trail to have it, split it through pedestrian and also a bike usage on that, because they're going to the school, going to their house, and and lastly, that would be nice to have a dirt on the other side to have a dog trail for that. And if I'm talking about the big thing in here, is the the vision. I've seen it, and I'm happy to have this kind of project. And I will go for the the option number 3. If we're gonna do a project, do it well, and it will last. I mean, the way I see it, just like you mentioned, maybe 15 years or 20 years, if we have a right compaction and doing all the job in there, and then putting a like a ranch a fence on that side, so we could have a distance from the residents and also the creek. I know the creek is beside on this trail, so that's the way I coming on this. That'll be a nice project for the city to have this trail be concrete and well done, and then will be usable to everyone on this. That's all I have, Jeff. I just expressed to you my seeing this project. This will be a good project. Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Pardon, we would have to, this is not in our CIP, in our budget, and we would have, that was my other question, is we need to start a process to prioritize this, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, we would. Especially if you're gonna go with the $500,000 cost, we definitely will need to amend the CIP and kind of roll that forward. We're looking at some CIP adjustments right now to try to bring with you as possible part of a mid-year budget adjustment. If we go with one of the smaller options, we may have some existing dollars from road maintenance that we may be able to bring over to it, or it may be a different kind of budget adjustment to kind of take it from that perspective.
Okay.
That would be good.
Mr. Lara.
Jeff, I'm sorry, one more question. Doing concrete around the catch basin, do you anticipate having any problems with, when you get heavy rains with the soil getting settlement and then potentially ruining the concrete pathway?
No, I don't. I think it's a much better, I mean, that's what the spillway there is now, is out of concrete. And I think we would look at too, so on the inward edge, specifically on the basins itself, is we would probably do a small little cutoff, like a curb wall, so that it didn't get the intrusion. You may have like an 8-inch edge that goes into the ground to minimize that. But it is certainly going to stay together much better than we would in an asphalt situation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
We all good? So I guess we need I think we provided you enough direction on that, correct?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I'm correct, I think we need to tell staff if we want option 1, 2, or 3. And I'd like to propose that we do option number 2.
I would prefer to either do option number 3 or do one half of the, that looks like 2 or 3 projects. But I think it's hard to make that direction without knowing what the impact of the budget and the prioritizing of the CIP. So I don't know, what do you guys think?
I just think if we need to move forward on it, I'm more comfortable with option 2 and buying time for us to look at maybe then, as these start to age, is planning and budgeting for concrete replacement at a future date and phase that in. That's just my thought.
Mr. Santos, your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts is, I'd rather have the concrete in there now. So we will have a nice projects for the kids and also for the, especially who lives in there. And then you mentioned about Mayor, the corporate people in there, they have a place to walk in there or ride their bikes and everything if we, do this right on this. I mean, that's a good opportunity to show that, we care about the community and the neighbors in there.
So, Mr. Hart, you have 2-2. How's that for direction?
But I'm unclear on the 4th, I guess. So it sounds to me like Councilmember Fannin for the asphalt option, Santos, Councilmember Santos concrete. Mayor, do you have a?
No, I we need to move this forward. Maybe we can come back with an idea. I think maybe we can do, like I suggested, item 3, or for maybe the area around the catch basin. So I'm open to getting sort of a hybrid, but to break the tie, I will go with item number 2, at least so we can start moving forward. And maybe you can bring back some suggestions on maybe there's a way to do part of it with item number 3. But
Yeah,
is that a little better?
Yes, staff would certainly be happy to look at it. If there's a hybrid approach that would, maximize the longevity of that option too, we're certainly happy to take a deeper dive into that.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Because I am concerned about tripping hazard there. And this discussion was promulgated based upon a citizen concern and complaint about trip hazards there. So just thinking out loud, would it make sense to do the $25,000, take care of the patching, take care of the initial trip hazards? That then is giving you time to consider whether you want to do the 125 or the concrete. So we can evaluate that as part of the budgetary process. But if we can squeeze another 12 to 18 months out of the project, concern is if you choose the 125 or the 500 option, we're designing or we're going out to bid and we have a sustained amount of time while we also have an existing trip hazard. So we really haven't made any headway to address really kind of the primary safety concern that's out there. So we're going to have to make some sort of interim repair unless we close the trail down.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Question on that. So Mr. Parton, too, so to fix the trip hazard, is it the $25,000 that's needed to fix the existing major problems with the trail, or is it $25,000 just to slurry and fixing a few spots?
Yeah, 25,000 is your Band-Aid. That's going to be able to fill where you've got the cracks or the trip hazards, maybe some areas you need to grind down to kind of eliminate that kind of trip hazard. But that is your Band-Aid. That's
Okay.
going to get you
And if we said,
a few months.
and if we said yes to that this evening, how soon can we expect that to be remedied?
I have to refer that to Mr. Hart, see when he thinks his crews could get out there.
Yeah, I think we could get it scheduled, within the next 3 to 4 weeks, and I'd have to sit down with the guys. We have some preliminary timelines on how much that would take to have our staff do it, but we'd be looking at another, 2 to 3 weeks kind of full time of them being on this. So realistically, 8 weeks or so from now, 8 to 10 weeks by the time we're looking at least the spot repairs being done.
Okay, and then if it were option two, how long for that process?
Probably to put a bid package together and get this out about 2 to 3 weeks, another 3 weeks to bid it. So we could be looking at construction within 6 to 8 weeks and a duration somewhere around, 6 by the time we get a contractor on board. 12 to 14 weeks by the time it's complete.
So if I heard it correctly, 8 to 10 weeks for the Band-Aid, 12 weeks for option two?
Yeah, probably. So I would say it would be about double that. So we'd look at 14 in minimum, maybe 16. So we'd be within the double range of what you'd be looking at for the spot repairs.
Okay, and then just to add, the reason for my choice for option two is this has lasted 20 years, and I think option two would give us another 20 years to the trail. If we're 30 to 40 years for the concrete, that's more than double the cost for double the lifespan is what my thought process was on option two.
And that is an initial, capital cost. So there's certainly, reduced maintenance throughout the longevity with concrete associated with that as well and a longer life, but point well taken.
Okay, and then last question. When it comes to areas around trees, is asphalt more dangerous with roots or is concrete with cracks more dangerous than roots? Can that be answered?
Asphalt would be more prone to damage from roots. It's certainly concrete is, susceptible to it as well. We've certainly seen that on Oak Valley, especially where we've had, shallow roots do damage to concrete. But with a little bit of a stronger structural section, it will withstand roots from trees better than asphalt will. Not that it's not susceptible, but it will be more.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So just to add to what you said, Mr. Finn, 20 years from now, that 500,000 will look really, really cheap. Yeah. Mr. Lara.
Good point, Mayor. I like the direction that Mr. Parton is taking so that we can eliminate the tripping hazards because I want to avoid any type of potential issues there. Perhaps that would buy us enough time to develop a capital improvement plan for the trail. I still think maybe asphalt is going to be the answer to that. Or I wouldn't even mind looking at, I've seen some of the trails in other cities where they're actually compacted DG. But I don't know if that becomes a bigger maintenance issue. But they're compacted DG, they have landscaping around them, and it's like an actual dirt trail, which would eliminate any type of paving. But at least doing the 25,000 would give us an opportunity to look at different options like that. Maybe some areas are more applicable to that DG use, and maybe others would take concrete, and still others may take asphalt. But at least we'd have the time to go ahead and look into this a little bit deeper, is my thought. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, I agree. The 25,000 to fix what's the process or time frame on that? We're just talking a matter of a couple weeks?
To perform the spot repairs?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think we would look at probably 3 to 4 weeks before we would be able to get a crew on that full time and looking at another, 3 to 4, probably at the most on that. So anywhere in the 6 to 8 week window.
I think that would buy us the time we need to look at the other options for budgeting and prioritizing.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's direction, right?
Clear.
And consensus.
Okay. All right. So now we'll move on to item number 12, consideration of re-ratification of local emergency and reauthorizing the use of teleconferencing to conduct public meetings. I think this is a discussion that we don't need to keep having every single month. So unless there's any opposition, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the recommended action.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. All right, at this point, I will now call to order a meeting of the Beaumont Successor Agency at 9:07. And now we go into item 13, resolution of the Beaumont Successor Agency declaring property as exempt surplus land and a staff report from Mr. Warsinski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Very quick item before you tonight. This is I want to say it's the last piece, but I'm fairly certain it's the last piece in order for the city to transfer the 52 acres of land that was prior held by the Beaumont Redevelopment Agency to the city for the future wastewater treatment plant expansion site. Multiple steps have been taken over the course of the last year and a half or so. Did want to provide an update to council that one of the last items was that the Consolidated Oversight Board, which reviews successor agency actions, met, and that's done at Riverside County level on March the 17th. And they did approve the prior resolutions that the city council and the successor agency had passed to formally offer the property to the city and for the city to formally accept the offer. They did bring up one item. They thought, while it's not required, but it might be important for record keeping, for the city to pass a resolution to formally declare the property as exempt surplus land as it pertains to the Surplus Land Act. So that's what the attached resolution does. And city council or staff does recommend that city council waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the Beaumont Successor Agency declaring property as exempt surplus land. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Any comments or questions from council on this?
If there are no questions or comments, Mayor, I will make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the Beaumont Successor Agency declaring property as exempt surplus land.
I'll second that. Roll call,
Councilmember
please.
Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes, and now I will adjourn the meeting of the Beaumont Successor Agency and reconvene the regular meeting of the Beaumont City Council at 9:09. And we'll start with the legislative updates and discussion. Let's put that on hold for a 5-minute break. Mr. Lara.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I'm here to please.
I don't want anybody else getting up there.
And we'll go with the legislative updates and discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I don't really have an update for you, but I believe that our police chief does have some legislation he would like to go over with you. So I will yield my time to him and be available for any questions if you have any at the conclusion of his report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I prepared a report here on a legislative update. This report does serve as an update of the current state bills that the police department has been tracking. While not exhaustive, this list includes those bills that may have significant impact on public safety, victims' rights, and/or municipal police departments. In accordance with the City Council's legislative priorities on public safety/police, the police department monitors federal and state legislation and engages in advocacy efforts to advance pro-public safety legislation. The goals and objectives of this program are: 1, to analyze legislative initiatives introduced in the state legislature and Congress and determine the impact these initiatives could have on local public safety; to propose alternate solutions to proposed legislation; and to support legislative actions to modify current statutes. Staff then advises the City Council on whether to adopt a position either in favor or against particular legislation in accordance with the 2022 City Council adopted legislative platform for public safety/police. In addition, the Police Department works closely with statewide and local partners such as the California Police Chiefs Association and the Association of Riverside County Chiefs of Police and Sheriff to assist in the determination of city policies and priorities. And then finally, I work to maintain fluid communication with members of local government as well as members of the state legislature and Congress representing the city of Beaumont. And so what I attempted to do because I know that a lot of bills are gonna get either amended, merged, they'll get gutted, they'll come back. I didn't want to get exhaustive, but there's some that we're paying very close attention to. I color-coded them: green for go, red for stop, because I don't want to take a position. I'll represent positions that either the police chiefs group has taken or your major police officer associations have taken. And so locally, Assemblymember Ramos, I want to look at AB 216. I numbered the pages on page 1. Just quickly, this would prohibit establishments. You've seen a lot of this where employees feel, for whatever reason, threatened by police officers entering their businesses while we're on duty, armed with a firearm. This would make it against the law for them to ask us to leave in that case. They couldn't do it. So it's just an infraction, but then it can escalate up into the misdemeanor sections. But right below it, AB 325, this is the zero bell. Very concerned about this, as we've seen time and again. The recidivism rate is not reduced with zero bell, it's actually increased. And so this will be a major Cal Chiefs opposition piece. This is one that was taken to the voters. The voters did not want the zero bell, but now it's coming back in a different form. And also, I'll go through the ones that I've tagged, and then I'm available to answer questions on any of them, or what we think the impacts may be. And so I'm going to jump to page 3. You're going to see a couple bills in here that are being written to directly deal with fentanyl. The overdose rate in the county of Riverside is something we monitor closely, of course, in the city of Beaumont. And fentanyl is the size of a penny can kill hundreds of people. It's a very dangerous substance, and so this would just add additional time if the fentanyl is with the heroin, the methamphetamine, the cocaine, because it's disguised and people do not know what they're ingesting. And so that's our concern with it. You think you're maybe doing a street drug, but you're getting fentanyl. Fentanyl is almost always fatal. Some of them that I labeled as watch, it doesn't mean that they don't have significance, but I don't want to drown out some that may have more significance, if that's fair to say for the purposes of this meeting. I'll move real quick into page 5, AB 1509. So this bill would remove the enhancement for committing a felony while you're armed with a firearm. It's counterproductive to what I think is happening in the state, where they're trying to, there's an opinion that there's an increase in gun violence instead of criminal violence with guns. My terminology is it's criminal violence, and they just happen to carry a gun. Well, then we're going in the wrong direction, because not only do you want an enhancement, maybe we should strengthen the enhancement to deter a person from bringing a gun with them when they commit a crime. And so, again, this is a Cal Chief opposed. We want this enhancement. Page 6 is a couple bills to remedy Prop 47. As we know, our retail businesses are suffering, and law enforcement's hands are tied. And so if you look at 1603, of course, this has to go back to the voters. And so, because Prop 47 was a voter initiative, then an assembly bill can't undo that. So we support both, but we got to wait and see how 1603 would work. Again, I think that's going to have to go to the, well, it's going to have to go to the voters. In which form, we'll wait and see on that.
Real quick, if 1859 is approved and goes to the voters, what would the 950, 400, what would the amount be at that point?
1859, you say? 1859?
1599.
Oh, okay. Let me go back.
So that's that would be repealing Prop 47, correct?
Let's see.
1603 would amend Prop 47.
Right. So if 1599 was to pass, then the crimes besides the possession of cannabis should be restored or repealed. We'd go back to the way it was.
So there wouldn't even be the $400 shoplifting?
It would go back to 400, and you wouldn't need the 1603.
Okay.
It was 400. It was 100 for citrus, agricultural. It's still an agricultural state. 400 for goods. That's been changed to 950.
So the difference between 1599 and 1603 is that the penalties for possession of concentrated cannabis?
Right, so I think what the authors is saying is, hey, look, we won't touch the cannabis,
Okay.
but we want the rest to go back. And that's probably to gain more support in the legislative body. And I can see why there's two of these bills, because perhaps a greater body might want to support 1603 because of the organized retail crimes and those thefts that are occurring, but they really don't want to go back all the way pre-Prop 47.
Okay.
So they probably just submitted multiple bills. Little concerned with AB 1685 on page 7. That would make the processing agency or the governing body, you'd have to forgive $1,500 in parking fines and fees annually for a qualified homeless person. And that's, again, there's going to be ambiguity in what a homeless person is, how would they qualify. And then again, $1,500 is a lot of parking issues. You could park in front of a fire hydrant, prevent public safety. Let's see, probably, well, at $45 fine, so.
That's a lot of times.
It's a lot of times. Of course, we support mental health for peace officers, AB 1836. As you know, this department doesn't wait for legislative. We created our own peer support program 2 years ago. It's been off and running and doing some wonderful things for your first responders, including dispatchers and all persons in the police department that need that resource. I'll jump ahead to page 9 on AB 2147. Some concern here. This would prohibit police officers from stopping a pedestrian for specified traffic infractions unless there was a truly justified immediate concern that they'd be struck with a moving vehicle. Again, we believe sometimes the intent of certain legislators is to just make it so that we can't contact anybody proactively. And we reduce a lot of crime by contacting persons who may be casing an area, jaywalking. They could be obstructing traffic sometimes just on a bike, but there isn't, perhaps they're just walking in and out of the street or riding a bike in and out of the street. But a lot of times they're looking in neighborhoods, riding their bicycles, walking in certain areas just to get a good look at a business or place, and this would prohibit us from contacting them. So we have great concerns when our officers can't do proactive work. There's some bills here. I just put watch on how cannabis will be reviewed on employment issues. I'll wait to see where that comes out. I just have them as watch for now. I'm going to jump ahead. Let's see. I'm going to jump all the way to page 15. Go into a couple Senate bills. Again, another fentanyl, SB 75. What we want to do is change the fentanyl classification from a 2 to a Schedule 1. It's the most regulated, the most controlled schedule, has the most fines attached to it. And then SB 82 by Skinner, petty theft, some great concern here. And what this means is, in fact, I'll give you an example of a case today at your local Home Depot. So we had a call came out of an armed robbery that just occurred. Fortunately, officers were in the area. We detained we found the vehicle on a minimal description, detained them, located the person and the weapon. The weapon in this case was a taser. They were stealing some sort of a reciprocal saw. The loss prevention tried to contact him. He threatened him with the taser, sparked it, and got in the car and left. But because the cost of the saw, that would be a petty theft. Therefore, we could not charge that person with a robbery. But there's great threat to this loss prevention or any employee or any member of the public, good Samaritan. If you get shocked with a taser, you fall down, you hit your head, bad things happen. I can just go on, but that was a real incident just today that went out, and we arrested the person for robbery. But again, this would just mean that if, no matter what, it would just be a petty theft. Again, this encourages more and more crime, and anytime you have close contact with individuals committing a crime, the likelihood of great bodily injury or death is more prevalent. So Cal Chiefs is a major opposer of this, and then look at Senate Bill 210. Again, what this bill would have us do is that we would have to erase all automated license plate reader data within 24 hours that isn't tied to a crime. Well, sometimes crimes aren't reported within those 24 hours. Sometimes victims are reluctant to come forward out of fear. They're not home yet from, let's say, a vacation. There was a burglary. We can check our flock cameras, get a license plate, get a make. We could solve a crime. And we would have to know that it occurred, pull the data, and then turn it into evidence. If we don't know, within 24 hours, we have to erase it. Senate Bill 522, the Cal Chief supports this. What we're looking to do is, this is the swatting bill. We want to put a little more oomph, a little more liability and criminal culpability on the swatting. Yeah, let's see. SB 735 would allow jurisdictions to put photo imaging and speed enforcement devices back around school zones. If that was an area that we wanted to go to, this would allow us to do it. Right now, you can't have them in this state, and so we don't have them. And then an interesting one here on page 18. I didn't color code this. It's by Skinner, Senate Bill 960. This would remove the provision that requires peace officers to either be a citizen of the United States or be a permanent resident who is eligible for and has applied for citizenship. It would make conforming changes. And so Cal Chief supports this. PORAC opposes it. There's the areas of concern is with non-cooperating governments. All right, so we have certain governments that won't share information, Venezuela, China, certain areas. Of course, if they're from Mexico, Canada, certain cooperating governments, they'll provide a background. But let's say somebody comes here at the age of 24, they have a criminal record from their home country, they won't share it with us. So we wouldn't know about these persons. So in some regards, I don't have a great concern because I could just, if I don't know their background, I just wouldn't hire them. But it's never the first bill that causes the greater concern. It's what would come after. Then would you not be allowed to disqualify them when the next bill comes out that trailers 960? And so those are the things I look for. And then
On that one, it says, PORAC opposes. What's PORAC?
PORAC is Peace Officers Research Association of California. It represents about 30,000 plus line level peace officers. Okay. Probably up to the rank of lieutenant or below. And so I just present them as is. And then Senate Bill 1000, very concerning. This would require, right now, as you know, and we dealt with this through Erica, that our radios are encrypted. The Department of Justice requires us to protect the information that goes out over our radio channels. This would remove that, and then we would have to give the public access to all of our radio channels. Couple concerning issues with that, obviously HIPAA. We put names, date of birth, the names, medical conditions, children's information, juveniles, but also they can beat us to certain calls, right? So sure, the patrol officer would get to an incident first, but before the SWAT teams and we can get things in place, the media beats those teams there. And then they're already set up and with social media, the suspect just monitors the entry and everything that's going on. They're pretty intelligent and crafty folks. A lot of concerns here. We spent a lot of money on encryption, and this bill would undo that. Again, SB 1038, as you know, I've stated before publicly, we don't have facial recognition or biometric surveillance in the city of Beaumont. At this time, I'm not in need of it, or I just don't have a need, right? I'm open to it, but here's why I oppose it. As we talk about the train stations in the transits that are coming into Redlands, so picture at some point Beaumont has mass transit, the train stations, and a large shopping retail complex. There's a greater need to know who's coming and not, right? I could see that potential. Again, I'm not there yet. I'm not there with the technology, but I don't want to see it go away where we could never use it if we really needed it. Other cities rely on it for venues, safety of certain venues. And again, SB 1042, making human trafficking a violent felony. And there's certainly one I wanted to highlight. Senate Bill 1088, Public Employment Law Enforcement Labor Relations. And this bill would prohibit a procedural violation of the act, I'm sorry, that's on page 20, deemed to be without substantive effect as specified from being the basis for reversing or modifying discipline of a public safety officer. I bring this to you because it could be a landmine. And so I'm not taking a position on it in the sense that what it's saying is if we make a mistake and it was a small procedural error in the police officer's Bill of Rights, that would not prohibit the case from going forward to arbitration. My position on it is we know what the rules are in the government code, let's follow them and issue the appropriate level of discipline. If we don't, and it's overturned, then so be it. But I don't want to walk into this between the legislature and PORAC and the unions, because I think the next step, as California Post is working through SB2, the decertification, is they may force our hand to discipline an employee just to try to decertify. I might be thinking a couple steps ahead or too far, but I'd rather just follow the rules as they are in the Government Code 3360 and do things correctly. And we don't have this problem. And there's one more. There's two more. Senate Bill 1389, vehicles/traffic stops. This would exclude low-level infractions. Actually, I scratched that. I thought it was the different one. So I'm not, PORAC opposes that. I don't have an opinion on that one at this time. The last one that I want to talk about is Senate Bill 1464, and that's law enforcement and public health orders. This came out, of course, because of COVID-19, where public health officials were issuing public health orders and could not get police departments or sheriff's departments in certain jurisdictions to go out and enforce mandates. This bill would force us to, or we would lose any of the funding that comes from the state level. We're certainly opposed to this because I think, I just don't know where where the stop would be. What next health order would be issued and where would that leave us? And at the same time, I believe that warnings and educational platforms through our social media presence is enforcement. It's just a lower level that we've talked about. But there's concern in that. And with that, I can answer any specific questions you may have.
We don't have any public comments on these items, do we? Legislative update discussion? Thank you for the very complete map of all the legislation coming forward. Are there any questions, comments? They just don't want you to talk to anybody, do they?
No, they don't. So what my plan is, now that we're really heating up in the legislative session, is to come back monthly. The color schemes may change. We may go from something that's watch, may go red or go green, depending on, like I said, amendments, or something gets kicked out of the assembly. So expect this to change, and we'll talk about it monthly. If
Do you have, can you send this to me digitally?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate it as well, and thank you for the update. This is great. Give you some dinner party conversation, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to our deputy city clerk, and she'll send it out.
Okay,
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, where are we?
Economic development.
Economic development update.
Mayor and Council, we're just preparing for our Economic Development Committee meeting, which will be next Wednesday on April the 13th at 4 p.m. And I know one of the main items is going to be debriefing on the downtown business meeting that was held last month. So we're looking forward to that, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer report. Mr. Genetti.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I have no report. I will have one for the next meeting.
Thank you. City Clerk report.
No report this evening, thank you.
City Attorney report.
You have in the packet the update, item number 14 in your packet includes a list of pending litigation that's been filed against the city. On item number 1, we're working towards a resolution on that. On item number 5 as well. And then 3 and 4 are related items. Item number 2, you'll recall we prevailed at the trial court level. We prevailed at the appellate court level recently. And Mr. Peters has now requested reconsideration by the appellate court. So after that, I suspect he'll probably seek review by the California Supreme Court, but that's discretionary on the part of the Supreme Court. But other than that, I don't have anything further to report this evening.
Okay, thank you. City Manager report.
I have nothing for you tonight.
Okay. Future agenda items. Anyone have any future agenda items?
Tonight.
Wow. Council report. We'll start in order on the list. Mr. Lara.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Attended the WRCOG executive meeting, and we did approve an adjustment to the annual budget. That was about it for that. And then I've got this, in case you're wondering, this really cool T-shirt for the Baker to Vegas run. Just for your information, it's the first time that Beaumont and Banning Law Enforcement have partnered to compete in the 2022 Annual Challenge Cup Baker to Vegas Relay Race. The race will take place on April 9th and 10th. Our officers are all volunteer, are all off duty, and they've been raising funds to help pay for entry fees, safety supplies, and other related expenses. So I just would appreciate any support that you can provide them. If you do want to leave a donation, they are being accepted at the police station at the front office. And I still think that they have some of these awesome T-shirts if you wish to purchase one. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Good way to get out of wearing a tie to a council meeting.
Yeah, well, hey, there's a gift that keeps on giving.
Mr. Santos.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
And Mr. Fenn.
Yes, just real quick, and I think the name of our committee for Mayor Pro Tem and I, I think we're calling it our Land Use Mitigation Committee.
Okay.
We have met with a couple of different groups and so forth and shared some information them and spoke to them about that Mr. Martinez and I have an open door policy that they're welcome to come to us with project ideas and so forth. And my thought personally behind that was, come run it by us first before you have to waste any of your time, money, potential non-refundable deposits or staff time or anything like that. If they want to throw an idea by us, they're welcome to do so. And so with our most recent meeting, we met with Bill Blankenship and John Shanlow from NAOP and got some information about their goals and so forth. And they learned about what our vision is, and they will report that back to their members. And so hopefully we'll have a good open door policy with us and developers in the building industry and future warehouse, projects and so forth, that they're welcome to come to us, and we can work something out and so forth. And Mr. Martinez and I held strong on our belief and backing of the city's general plan and express that to them so they know where we stand coming in on a project. And that's all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we went to the Banning Chamber meeting.
That's right.
That was pretty amazing. We went to the chili cook-off, And that was a great event, an inaugural event. And then the Welcome Home Vietnam event was, that was really good. Not a big turnout by the veterans, but it's still a pretty good meeting. If you haven't gone to that before, you need to. The Downtown Business Owners Meeting, I think, was a huge success. There was, I've got to be careful. There were some complaints, but I think we addressed them, and I think it was a good first step, and I definitely hope that the next step we can talk about somewhat in the Economic Development Committee. But I think there's a lot of, I think we won over a number of business owners who recognize the benefit of them putting together some sort of association to work with helping us determine what's the best approach to our downtown development. And then probably the most exciting thing that happened over the last 2 weeks is we watched City Council member Mike Lara sink 3 of our 6 birdie putts on the inaugural cup for the city champion, and City of Beaumont took that cup home as the city champion for the first inaugural cup. So
Big check.
I'm not sure.
Already spent it, didn't you?
I did not, but we did. Our charity, who we picked as our charity, was Mila and Murph. So there will be, should be a check coming your way, or their way. And that's all that I had. So if there's no other questions or concerns, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session.
And we're going back in closed session on the items that were listed on the agenda that we already discussed.
All right, thank you.
anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 and or 3 of subdivision D and E1 of Government Code Section 54956.9. No reportable action. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. One case, Christian Lee versus City of Beaumont, case number RIC 200-3005, no reportable action. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 and or 2 and or 3 workers' comp. Case numbers COBM 0098 and 0124, no reportable action. And item number 4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, city designated representatives, city manager Todd Parton, and administrative services director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organization is the SEIU, and there is no reportable action taken, and that concludes the report out.
This meeting is adjourned at 10:11 p.m.